Hi, chat. Hi, chat. How's it going? How are things? How's super chill day, right? Hi. This song, by the way, I just looked. It's called "It's Foggy Today." Madge. Why are you Madge? Why are you so mad? So chill night. Yeah, we were just like fucking around and DJing. And some shit happened. And here we are. Look, it's so chill. Anyway. Hi, Kyle. You don't have to babysit me. I will eat. I eat food. Hi, Cerulean and Target and Whitney and Dimira and Buddha and Fallen. Hi, Stitch. Hi, Shara. Hi, Extra. Hi, Cat Lady. Hi, Uppy. Hi, Panda. Hi, Insome. Hi, Sassy. Hi. Hi, Dino Mouse. If I missed anybody, I'm sorry. Hi, everybody. I actually need ibuprofen. Anyway, how are you guys doing? Looks like some lovely weather in Underland. Yeah, simply it is. How could Marlo do this? How could Marlo do this? So I realized something after I quit streaming yesterday. Remember when I said, like, the sun is trying? It is... It's right there. You see it? It's right there. It's doing its best. Where's TJ at? Winston, Fred. Yeah, I'm here. Where's my welcome party? I would like donuts. But I realized something after I quit streaming yesterday. You remember when I like saw my phone texts and I was like, I tried to open it to silence it and I was like, oh, I can't even open my phone to silence it. It didn't occur to me. I don't have my phone. So it was immediately this is a permanent stay. Immediately. So well, normally when Alice goes, like, temporarily blinks in and out, has hope with her, her phone still works. She still has it. But, not this time. It means I'm stuck there until someone figures out how the fuck to get me out. I don't even know. I don't even know. I don't even know, chat. Not sure how welcome of a party he's gonna get. I feel like the walkers are gonna be tapping their foot in disappointment. Oh, for sure. Absolutely they will be. TJ especially, because he's gonna be like, I was relying on you to get me out of here. Yeah. No. I swear to God, if Bobby makes a deal to get Alice out of here. Okay. I'm gonna lose my mind. I don't like this, Alice. I'm gonna turn my music down. I don't think it's as loud for you guys as it is for me. Maybe I'll turn it up so you can hear it more. You can hear it on the level that I have it on. It's so funny how easy it is to hear that in his voice. Oh.
Oh no. Oh no, no, no. You don't get to put the hands on the hips over here like you're disappointed in me in something.
I'm not disappointed. I'm waiting for your disappointment.
I don't even think I have to vocalize that right now. What happened? Why are you here?
I don't...
And like that.
I don't know. I came over... I haven't seen Hope in days. I came over thinking, I don't know, maybe there'd be a bush that someone had communicated something, and then when I was swimming away, I got sucked in. The fog rolled in, and that's really all I know. I don't know what happened. Other than, I guess I just shouldn't have been here by myself. But I didn't see anyone or anything. It was just fog.
Well, Fred has probably passed out over in the cages. Been there for the past, I don't know how long.
In the cages?
Oh, he's been stuffed there for a bit, yeah.
Why? Why?
Apparently, not supposed to defile anything down here. I'm not worried about that right now. You can't change that fortune. That's not what I'm worried about. What I'm worried about is you here. Not here like you're normally here.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not any less worried about that.
You might want to look behind you and go over to the cages if you don't believe me on that.
Oh, our frag.
Hello?
Right?
Alice?
Hey.
What the fuck are you doing in here?
I don't know. I don't know.
What do you mean?
I haven't seen Hope in a few days, and I came over, I don't know, just on the other side. I came over to the island to see if there was a bush or something, like any kind of communication, and the fog rolled in, and I was swimming away, and I got sucked in.
Oh my god.
Why are you in the cage?
A long story.
Is it?
No. I might have kicked Isaac on accident. on purpose.
Ah.
Yeah, I got really mad. Well, I wasn't even mad. I was kind of like delusional. He was like talking to me, and he wouldn't stop talking. I don't know if he was actually talking to me though.
Right, so you're in timeout.
Yeah, yeah. For a while now. Like a week.
Week?
Think so.
I don't even know if you've been here a week. Maybe.
I don't know anymore down here. I don't know. It feels like forever.
Did you see what happened here?
No, I don't know what's going on.
There's like a bunch of burnt feathers. Like white ones and then twigs. Oh, I don't want that. I don't want that though. There's a bloody feather here.
There's a bloody feather there?
Yeah. Hold on. I'll be back. TJ's over here. He's
Okay.
unhappy with me.
Oh.
Where'd he go? TJ? How's Purg so cool? There's a bird.
There's a bird. Hey.
I see it. I see it. I see it. I see it.
Where'd it go? It flew that way.
I do have the chemicals. I don't know where it went. It looked like it fell, but I don't see it. I don't know where TJ went.
Oh god.
There's just like burnt feathers everywhere, and there's a bloody one in the bush. I'm gonna go look around and see if I see anything else.
Okay.
I'll be back.
I'll be here.
Yeah, you will. Like TJ's so mad at her. He's like, fucking doesn't even want to talk to her. Look at Fred. He's like a fucking bird in a cage. Poor Frag. Our poor Fred. Do you know why there's burnt feathers everywhere?
I can take an accurate guess. Would you like to go first?
Is she fighting with Noxie?
Yeah, I think so.
I found a bloody one.
There's also another white one down there as well.
Did you grab it?
No,
I saw.
I haven't touched them.
I saw a bird flying.
I did as well.
Okay. Okay. Well. The birds are fighting.
You say anything to Fred?
Yeah, I did. I told him I was gonna look around and see what else I could see and I'd come back. Told me why he's in the cage.
Yeah, what's his version of it?
He was delusional and was hearing Isaac and it pissed him off, so he kicked him.
And?
And then he got put in the cage, I guess?
Mm-hmm. Been there since Edgar came out. Same day.
It's been a few days then. Well. Is this a bad time to tell you that I have the chemicals?
No, it might be the appropriate time. So it doesn't change any fact of that situation, considering you're here without the protection of hope.
Yep. It seems like she can't get near me because of Noxie.
You know, it's kind of customary for him to come down and meet the new people here. But here's the kicker. He wasn't supposed to know you were here.
Yeah, I know. I know, I'm aware of that.
There's no point in me even trying to hide it right now.
Yeah. I don't know.
If we do see him, and if we are able to get out of here, you know what that's going to mean for you, right?
He's gonna take a personal grievance with me?
You might have painted the biggest, reddest X on your back I've ever heard or seen in my life.
Well, I didn't really think I was gonna get through this without making an enemy out of him, to be fair.
No, that's entirely truthful. But at least we could have delayed it long enough.
I wasn't trying to come.
No, I know you weren't. I know you weren't. I don't think anybody would be trying to come down here. It's the heating on the pages of the book that I wrote. The more that you're down here, the more that it consumes you. The grasp.
Yeah.
And it had its grasp on you and pulled you straight here.
Yeah. I should have known better. I haven't been here without her since the last time I got stuck.
Can I see the vial?
Mm.
How hard was it?
I think I made it harder than it needed to be. I'm not sure that he doesn't know I did it. James Kelly asked him for a meeting and then Hope showed up and distracted him. Like all of her black feathers fell out and she was like glimmering. I don't know how to explain it, but as soon as I got close to them, then he started talking in that celestial language. Or whatever it is. He definitely said my name. And then afterward, you know, a couple of hours later when everything had calmed down and I was chilling out from, you know, the high of pickpocketing a god, he called and he sounded so excited. He asked me if I had seen Hope lately and that Oliver, she was back to normal, and it seemed to be about that, but he just sounded so pleased with something. It was a little eerie.
What? Why would he be pleased?
I don't know. I have no idea. While I was doing it though, he accidentally brushed up against me and I thought for sure that that was going to be it, but he didn't even react.
You think he felt?
I felt him. I don't know if he felt me or not. I don't know how it works.
Walk me through this, the entire thing, start to finish. What you saw, what you felt, what you're feeling, everything.
I was anxious. That was the number one feeling. Hope went with me. I ran through the fog, invisible most of the way to where we were. It was at the cliff looking at the lighthouse. He was talking to James and Hassan. They had arranged the meeting because Hassan had been sick and was refusing to take the cure. And I got close and Hope jumped out of my hoodie and flew up next to him. And I just stood there and watched for a minute because I wasn't sure what was going on. And then all of her feathers fell out and just she was shining. All of her
feathers.
Just her black ones. All of her black ones fell out and then the white ones were just shining. I don't know how to explain it. Like gleaming. And it's like he stopped mid-sentence to start talking to her.
While this was happening?
Mm-hmm. He'd been speaking to James and Hassan and he just stopped as soon as she landed next to him. What he said definitely included my name. I don't understand anything else about that speech, but I know my name when I hear it. That was eerie.
Yeah, I'm not going to pretend for you to try to recite that or to understand what any of that meant.
Mm-hmm. So I took that as my cue. It seemed like he was distracted. So I went and as quietly as I could, I went through one of his pockets. I don't know. Part of that just feels like a blur. I was just holding my breath and trying not to move. I didn't find it in that one, so I went to the second one and I felt it in there. And as I was pulling it out, it was like his arm brushed against me while I was pulling my hand away. But he didn't react to it. I just felt it. He just kept talking to James and Hassan. It didn't seem like an abnormal conversation. There was nothing about it that made him seem off. And as I backed away, hope flew off. It went as perfectly as it could have, from my perspective.
You think too perfect?
Maybe.
You think that's why he was excited?
Maybe. I don't know why he started talking to Hope about me in that exact moment. And then he called me later and just sounded pleased. That's the only way I can put it, like, excited. And he said, oh, asked me if I had seen Hope, and I had, to be fair. I saw her in the graveyard afterwards. She came and looked like her normal self.
Well, define normal self. Like how she had
White.
been, or
White.
all?
Yeah,
White?
all white, blue-eyed. And he asked me, have you seen her? Like, our friend, she's better. It just seemed like such an odd thing to me for him to be so excited about, given every way he's talked about Hope before. I don't know. It was the phone call that was weird to me. Like,
He said friend.
yeah, he calls her a friend sometimes. His old friend.
Interesting. Okay.
And he's been sending people to speak to me since it happened.
Who?
CJ and Lang.
Lang.
Yep. He wants them to help me get the ring. Oh my god, CJ, that's creepy.
Lang Buddha.
Yep.
The same Lang.
Mm-hmm.
And CJ.
Yep. I had a conversation with them, and apparently he was listening and was displeased with how standoffish they were, so he sent CJ to me again. And I talked to her yesterday. And for what it's worth, I don't know if it's because she's actually worried or because Lang wants this done with, but she seems like she wants to help get rid of him. I think that she mentioned that people in Cyprus are getting sick. So maybe that's all it is. It's hitting a little too close to home for Lang. But she was open with me yesterday in ways that she hasn't been before. Every other conversation I've had with her, she's been paranoid and standoffish. Yesterday, she was laughing. Seemed like she was having a good time. Definitely not the CJ that I've met before.
You have to talk so loudly next to my bed.
No!
Huh. Can I have just a few minutes, Vincent?
Sure.
Thank you.
It's a party.
You'll find Fred up and to the left. You'll find Fred up and to the left, Winston.
It's a
Be
party.
careful with CJ. She will not tell you all the truths.
I know she
She'll
won't.
say something and she will omit very important details out of it.
Yeah. I've heard that. Even Marlo was cautioning me against it. I didn't tell her. I didn't even tell her that I could come here. So,
Who have you told?
Marlo, Bobby, I mean, like Fred and Benny and Bobby all knew we were all kind of working on that together. Shang knows.
So it's safe to assume half the city knows then.
They might, depending on Shang's mood.
Okay. Because I'll say the ones down here, not one of them know that you've been back and forth here. I haven't mentioned to any of them. Not one.
Fred already knows.
Hmm.
Are you talking? I mean, Winston was helping us on that side. It's kind of how we got here.
All of this? The actual plan to remove this?
Not yours. No. I kept that a little closer to my chest.
Okay.
Bobby knows about that, and so does Marlo. CJ knows nothing about it. Except that I want you out of here.
And what about Lang?
I have not said anything to Lang. Other than, yeah, I might have a way of getting close to Norman. And I'm assuming that's why Pestilence sent you to me. He came to talk to me about it himself before I stole the vial from him. He asked me what I was going to do now that Fred and Winston and TJ were all gone. I told him I had a plan. I just didn't know if it would work. And I needed some time, and he told me that the greats don't spend time planning, they just do.
And this was before or after?
It's before. It was right after Fred was taken.
We could possibly assume that something got back to him. And he knew of it.
Yeah, it's possible.
And he was goading you into doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Thank you for the resub.
Promise me this. Should this happen? Should he pop up down here? I need you to stand behind and not close. Should anything happen. Understood?
Behind you.
Yes.
Okay. Behind but not close. I can do that.
You're already a target. I don't need you to be made an accessible one.
No, TJ.
If there's something I can do to stand between, I will. Understand?
I understand.
All right.
I don't.
I can only assume or hope to God that what I saw today over by the cages down here, up by the tree, the two birds were actually fighting each other. I hope was trying to get you out. That is the only logical conclusion I have because I have not seen that down here ever.
Okay.
And she knows that you're down here because There's no way I could see a white and a bloodied white feather just showing up out of nowhere. Scratch marks. You see the one that was in the water down there?
No,
Feather there?
no.
The few down there?
I don't see it.
Let's see. You might be back this way.
I hate that I know my way around this place.
Yeah. You don't say.
Yeah, it's probably mean of me to say to someone that's been here exponentially longer than I have.
No, it's fine. Longer than most people here. And you're longer than Edgar has in total.
Down here.
I had to guess, whatever it was, wherever it started here. Then it went up to where the cages were. And whatever ensued went up by the tree, just east of the cages, and then went all the way down there. Back by the boat.
She's trying and she can't get close.
Here, come around this way. Or she just needs a distraction with it.
I don't like the bloody one. It's kind of alarming.
Let me ask you.
Hmm.
Have you seen Edgar since he got out?
He's in prison. Yeah.
He's in prison.
Yep, he washed up on shore at Purgatory. I guess a local saw him and called EMS, and they alerted him immediately. Or alerted the police immediately. I'm assuming doctors or someone. So, yeah.
So, one day, I found him down here.
Mhm.
There was a slightly hued orb that was just floating here. And he was speaking to it about how he's going to make someone all powerful. This was after I tried to get him out the first time.
Okay.
Sat here just talking to whatever this was. I just said, whatever. You lost your damn mind. Find me up there when you find it. Here's the thing that kind of gets me here. The first time that I tried to get him out of here, I mean, they wanted to be out as soon as I could. As soon as I even explained to him the possibility that it was there, it was immediately I went out. I go and went through everything that I've known, all the steps I've outlined. Opened up the gateway. Before he did that, he gave me a rose. A red one.
Weird. Hmm.
Prickly and sharp. Like briars. He wanted to give me as a memento. That's the first time. The day he left, one before he was back in prison, didn't even tell Fred thank you. Not one thank you.
Ooh.
And he told me, I hope you burn in hell.
Great.
I went complete 180 from the day that he gave me a rose to burn in hell. He flipped the switch immediately. If someone came down here to replace you with them, at least said something to him, a thank you. Knowing that he's stuck in a cage with not any indication of when he would be getting out of it. If he would ever get out of it.
Is that what happened? Norman let Fred take Edgar's place?
Oh, yeah.
Well, from our side, it just seemed like Fred failed the deal and got sucked in here.
Oh, but he wanted Edgar out. And he was ready to honor that deal.
Thank you for the cheers.
He let him out. Didn't make sense to me because typically he revels in every facet of death, whether it be family members, actual physical death, life death, whatever you want to call it, death. Death of connections, death of friendships, death of family, death of person, place, whatever it is. That's what he revels in.
Hmm.
So it always confused me because seeing him down here, I only had to complete one name for Dundee. He tried to complete 3 in 6 days and was still committed to doing it. Why would he take him away? Like he set him up to fail it. But that doesn't mean that so confused as to why he wouldn't let him out there doing what he was doing already. Dangle a carrot in front of his face like he's always been doing about every single deal he's ever done in his life. Keep the carrot there and never change it. It's a horse trying to catch it, but never will. Imagine at some point he's probably going to try to contact him out there too and say, well, I wonder who let you out, who can bring you back in that quick.
I have talked to Edgar. He is either pretending he doesn't remember anything or it's a coping mechanism, but he's telling everyone that he went to Guarma for 2 months and that on his way back his boat caught on fire and capsized and he washed ashore. And if anyone tries to tell him otherwise, he gets very defensive. But I can't decide if he's saying that because he's in prison and he doesn't want people to overhear him, if he's saying that because he doesn't trust anyone, or if he actually believes it. But based on the fact that he didn't thank Fred and told you to burn in hell, sort of suggests to me that he might be paranoid at the very least. And out of his mind, maybe? That's what I'm worried about the most, because the one person that has been going to jail to speak to him that he seems to trust is J-Hob.
Not surprising.
Who was helping Benny and Fred kill everyone and was willing to die for him, and who is filling his head full of, I have a new gang and lots of guns and we can kill people. He's barely been back a few days and someone's already shoving blood and guns into his hands.
Did Benny ever tell you the story of Forma?
No.
Never told you about Edgar's actual last name?
No.
About the Bruja?
No. He said that he had come back to tell Edgar something, but he only wanted to tell Edgar directly himself. Brandon did say that.
His last name isn't just Del Castillo. It's Lopez. That in Guarma, there was 4 families were fighting, I guess, to satisfy a Bruja. That, similar to Norman, made deals. Promised them to be powerful families, and all they had to do was make sure that they were satisfied. And tore apparently their families apart and made them do things to the point where they swore never to do it again.
Thank you for shouting out Doc.
This has happened before.
Hmm.
It's part of their ancestry, apparently.
So he should have been a little bit wiser about it.
About telling you about it?
No, about making a deal with Norman.
Well, you never know what you're truly going to do until your back is against the wall and you're forced to make an action.
Yeah, I know.
Honestly.
I was about to be the Buddha. Yeah, I get it. It's the whole reason Fried Steel came about in the first place.
I mean, look at Winston. He never actually had any choice in the matter. He just woke up with one.
Yeah. That was tough.
You haven't seen him since, have you?
No, that was the first time I've seen him actually.
Probably go catch up with him then.
Yeah, I'd like to.
Go ahead. Probably up by Fred.
Okay. My Winton. Some of them are just burnt feathers. Is she like... It seems like she's losing to Noxie. Damn you, Edgar. Yeah, this is Noxie's home turf.
I could take a guess at how Alice got here, and it might be in relation to this whole burning mess.
Hey.
Fancy seeing you here. Someone giving you the tour of our grand abodes?
Well, I've been here a lot. I already know all the things.
Damn, shoot a fella down, why don't you? Okay.
Yeah.
Damn.
Damn, I was gonna give you the
show me the skeletons and the
MTV
lighthouse and the...
cribs.
Yours is actually probably more interesting. I wandered around by myself with Hope pulling on my hair.
So was Hope flying around?
Fred and I saw her. I just...
Was that Hope? I couldn't really tell which.
I don't know. It's so hard to
Mm.
see in the fog. It seems like she's fighting with Noxie.
This is a fight?
Yeah. It kind of spreads all around the island. This seems to be the worst of it. But it's all around, everywhere. I picked up a bloody feather from right here.
How did you get here? I thought this was how you got in. Why are you here? What did you do?
I didn't really do much. I came to the island. I hadn't seen Hope in a couple of days since we did something else, and so I came out here wondering, you know, maybe there's a bush or something. Like maybe Fred had sent something back. Maybe someone knew something. And when I got on the island, the fog rolled in, which was creepy, but that happens to me more than you'd think. Then I was swimming back and I just got sucked in. Is that TJ?
Where?
Up on the ridge. That was TJ, right?
I can't see a
Yeah.
shit.
Looks like him.
I think he's just pacing. He's frustrated. It seems like I just got sucked in because I've been here so much. I don't know. One of the last times I came without Hope, I got stuck too. Fred was here that day. Well, not
I remember.
here.
Well, yeah. On the correct side.
Yeah. Like it wouldn't let me leave. And so I guess this time
I mean, correct side for you two.
I think I'm being judged.
Is he angry?
He's frustrated. I wasn't trying to come here, so I was being a little too overly confident, I guess. I should have known better. It seems kind of like the Undertow just drugged me under as soon as I got close. And this seems like Noxie and Hope are fighting because she knows I'm here and trying to get me out. So we don't know what that means for me. Other than I'm sure it's only a matter of time before we have a visitor.
Mm.
Are there any other feathers?
Yep.
I mean, they're scattered all across the island. I've only found the one bloody feather, though.
There. Just grab the other one for you.
How many?
These are only two that I found. Oh, you have the bloody ones, so.
Yeah.
I know it would be rude of me to invite you into our wonderful abode and then try and force you out as soon as possible, but
Yeah, well,
Respectfully, get the fuck out.
I would love that. Not that I don't appreciate seeing all of you.
Hey, TJ, how are you?
I have your ashes in my pocket.
Whoa.
it's a very strange.
It's a wild statement, yeah.
To be fair, that was almost as sensitive as you, Fred.
Oh, shit.
I think I have a question to ask. Why was my head and heart removed, and what happened? Because Fred just said, "Oh, by the way, your heart was removed." Don't know why.
I don't want to answer that because you're going to be upset.
Being told that my heart was removed and he's not sure if it was ever returned is already pretty fucking upsetting.
No, it was returned, Winston. He cut it out. and delivered it to the hospital and said this is for Kiki.
You might want to go try to, yep.
Yeah.
God, I didn't know that happened.
Right. Where did he go? Did he immediately just run away? F8? F8, I don't want to be seen. Winston. God, it's like the worst game of hide and seek in Purgatory. Do I want an answer? No. I don't want an answer. Winston? Tell him not to lose his head. Winston. Winston. I found this. I have it. Do you want it back so you can write more in it?
Not sure she'd want to read what I want to write.
That might be the only chance you have to say anything to her, Winston.
Telling her I failed is not exactly the best thing to read.
You didn't fail. Why do you think you failed?
All they've ever done is exist to torment her.
I don't think that's true. You loved her, Winston. You existed to protect her and care about her, make her laugh. You didn't torment her, Norman did.
Every beat of my heart, I loved Kiki. But my last beat was more of a thud. Presume she was given my heart.
She was with people when it happened. He wasn't there. And I know that she's struggling, Winston, but everyone dies eventually. We both know that she should have lost you a long time ago.
Yeah.
But you didn't fail. Just because you died or just because Norman likes to play twisted games. So if there is something you want to tell her, I'll make sure she gets it. Assuming I get out of here. But I'm not going to let you tell her that you failed. That shouldn't be the last thing that she hears from you. From what I heard, she moved to stay with her dad.
Good.
So she's far away from him.
It was joked that we were trauma bonded to this hellscape. Perhaps I finally broke those chains.
Maybe. I still think you're looking too negatively at yourself.
Mm. Me and her had many of the same discussions that I had with you. Avoiding Norman, staying out of deals. When someone dies, it is those who are left behind who suffer. Choosing my own death not once but twice is me doubling down on making her suffer.
Maybe. But she can't live a life without suffering, Winston. No matter how much you love her and want that to be true.
I remember all. And they caused a lot of suffering.
Oh, it answers that.
I'm sorry for what I did to you.
You didn't do anything that I wasn't also doing, Winston.
And I forgive you.
I forgave you a long time ago. Told me you never really wanted to know, so I never apologized. I am sorry that we started that way and ended that way.
I don't think we ended that way.
Well, the first time. And it was weird at first, and some days it definitely hurt, but I'm glad that I didn't forget. And I'm glad in the end that I actually trusted you. Maybe more than anyone. Even when I knew I shouldn't have, I still did. And you never let me down, and you never failed me.
Well, we got one more task to try and complete.
Yeah.
I believe you're on the wrong side. The sunflowers are planted on the other.
Yeah, that's the first thing we have to
You
figure
too good?
out. Yeah, we're okay.
All right.
Mhm.
Make sure you're not like stupidly far away, but you know.
Yeah, I know. I think we're good. I feel bad leaving Fred over there by himself.
No, I did as well, but I was just making sure I'd let him know that hopefully nothing happened to you all.
Thank you guys for following, by the way.
So we kicked Isaac's a mess.
Yeah. We're not leaving. We're going back over here.
Why did you remove the head?
He gave that to Flop.
Huh.
Yeah. Did you hear about
I have-
Shang?
What happened to Shang?
I told him that you were dead and that Norman had done it. So he He went to the lighthouse to see for himself, and I guess your body was there, and Norman had called the cops. So the cops showed up while Shang was trying to mourn, and so Shang shot all of them. Everyone except for a single one, and he called to tell her that she could come collect her dead.
Oh.
Yep. He said, I just wanted to see my brother.
I seen this when you have a Grim Reaper on the back of the cut, DJ.
I don't know, he was manic. So. 1v9. I was told.
Hmm?
Chang. When he wanted to see Winston. Oh, I took out mine. The cops tried to stop him, so he killed 9 out of the 10 that were... Oh, thank you. 9 out of the 10 that were on duty. Well, shot them. I don't think any of them actually died.
Hmm.
It was interesting that Norman didn't put Chang on that list. I thought about it and I was almost certain that he would have.
Likes him too much.
Which list?
Fred's.
It makes sense. To me, it makes sense that he's not on there. He does crazy shit. Why would you want to stop him from doing that?
That is what he said to me. He asked me what I thought of Shang's role in all of this. And I told him that he seemed like chaos. And he asked me how I felt about it, and I said that it made me unhappy. I thought at the time it was just a threat, that he was telling me how close he knew we were, but...
No, that's... I was always confused with Fred here. I was saying, why would he put him here? He liked what he was doing. I get to stand Edgar's side, he just didn't do it. Fred at least made an attempt to.
Yeah, I don't know.
Seems like he traded Fred for Edgar, because Edgar's more likely to just do it of his own volition, maybe. If he really was as unhinged as you said he was before he left, then... it might be a disaster for everyone else.
Yeah.
Is Winston writing a new letter? Aww.
How is everybody up there? Bobby and Arthur and all of them.
Benny went back to Gorma. Bobby is becoming a helicopter grandpa. I'm sure if he's talked to Marlo already, he's probably losing his ever-loving mind right now. That is the one small ray of light here, is Marlo was with me. Arthur's okay. He's eating Tally. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Yeah. They seem happy.
Good.
He's probably upset that I'm not reading his motivational quote of the day.
Tell you about fairy trees yet?
No, but he did give me a topaz necklace to help me channel my powers because they all think I'm a witch.
You're a witch now.
Well, some weird stuff has happened.
Like?
Well, the fog seems to follow me around some days.
The
I know
fog
that
seems
feeling.
to follow you.
There's also... It's way more likely that cars and planes will crash if I'm standing near them.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the raiders especially have had 3 or 4 cars just hurtle through the air at them.
Are you sure the drivers just aren't lecherous men?
I don't know. That just seems all like a coincidence, but Marlo and I went to the pier one night while the fog was following me around and it got extra foggy and locals just started dropping dead around me. And then
Wait.
setting on fire.
Excuse me?
Oh, real back. One time for the one time. What?
We went to the pier because the fog was following me around and Marlo was trying to convince me it was me. So we went to Del Perro. And this, like, I don't know how to explain it. It was like this rolling fog started. And locals started to just, like, fall dead around me.
Huh.
And
Like, just drop over that we're standing there, or they fell
Yep.
from the sky type of deal?
they just dropped over dead.
What the fuck's going on over there? Look!
What?
There's fire! There's fire over there. Be careful.
We will. The fuck? What is this?
My bad.
I don't want to go first.
Hello?
Hello? There's a bird.
Oh?
That would be Noxie.
Great. That's not good. What is this? Why is it just burning?
Why is she lighting things on fire?
I don't know.
Is that where they're fighting?
Hope might be here. Just keep your eyes open.
I feel so bad for Bunger right now. He's like stuck in the cage. Oh, there.
That was hope.
That was hope. So they are fighting. Huh.
Hey, let's get back to Fred.
Okay, okay. Let's... That's so crazy. That's our girl.
What happened? What was it?
I think they're fighting.
Oh my god.
We saw both of them.
Hard to really tell it happened so fast.
There was a big fire.
There were two. I don't think you could see it, but there's another one down here.
No, I could not know.
Yeah. We saw Noxie fly overhead, and then we saw Hope over here. No problem, Lover Army. Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you. Winston's like, let me finish this note. I really have to pee. I think she's trying to get to me.
I think so.
Alice feels so bad. She's like, I did this. I did this.
You still have a gun.
I do, yeah.
Of course I have one.
Yeah. It's definitely gonna be of use down here
Shoot the
or
shit
up
out of
here
him.
Do you mean
or
to
in
just
here.
pull out my sweeper at Noxie? That probably wouldn't go well.
Yeah, something
Hey.
tells you that might
Give me your
not
gun.
be a good idea.
Here you go.
You gonna shoot at him, TJ?
Wait on a second. All right.
Oh my god, he's gonna shoot Noxie. We know Hope's perma condition is smacking.
Here's Fred.
I was joking, by the way.
Wait, you thought I was being serious?
Let me get your gun.
Hold on, I'm trying to. Here you go. I think it fell on the ground because I smacked it on the cage.
Yes, yeah.
Well,
What was that for?
because you already are in a cage because you kicked a skeleton.
I'm not gonna make the same mistake twice.
That's about how useful those things are going to be here.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
we
I knew
we
that.
knew. We would try to make a lighthearted joke.
He says no jokes. to look at my outside people food. Mm.
You really think having a gun here is gonna do anything?
No, if I thought I was gonna do anything, I would have used it. So I keep joking about it. It's useless. What am I gonna do? Kill the dead?
They're already dead.
Yeah. already dead.
Oh
And
god. See,
now you get the dead jokes. Okay. all
I
right.
heard that Edgar automatically has a high command position in the ADMC now because he was already dead at least once. That's
Yeah,
from the
I'm not sure
grapevine.
that
That's
would
what
go
I
down
heard.
so well.
I don't think that would go down well at all.
Yeah, me neither. But you know, it's kind of just how a cookie crumbles, I guess.
Hear how everyone's doing up top. Well, in any case, that was a really weird night on the pier.
Yeah, it doesn't sound crazy at all. Totally normal.
Oh, tell me more about this.
The pier? Well,
Yeah. Were they? How did they appear? Were they just lying there dead? Like, was it bloody? Was it?
They were just there dead. They were slumped over. The first one we noticed because the other locals were running away. And so we went over to him and I don't know, Marlo was kind of joking around and just said, you know, oh, can you give us a sign? And I checked his pulse, and as we both stood back up, the body just caught on fire. Spontaneously, for no reason that we could figure out.
It caught on fire.
Yeah. Just burst into flames.
Love that. Love that.
Did it look sickly beforehand?
No, it looked literally like a normal, healthy person just fell over. For no reason. Then we were heading back to the car. I noticed another one. And while we were investigating that body, Marlo heard all of these crashing sounds. So we went to the parking lot, and all of the cars there, like, alarms were going off. Some of them had been tossed around. They were on top of each other. It was just like a tornado had come through. So then we noticed a bunch of locals running down to the end of the pier. You know, curiosity killed the cat and all that. We went down there. And when we got there, Marlo's car was waiting for us.
His car?
Yep, it had
Like,
teleported to the end of the pier from where we had left it in the parking lot.
Excuse me?
Yep. Yep. There were
His car? Repeat that one more time.
we left his car in the parking lot, and when we got to the end of the pier, his car was waiting there. It was parked on the side where the railing was broken, like it was a second from falling into the water. And when we walked over to his car, we looked around the corner and there were 2 more locals just passed out. Marlo was trying to make light of the situation, said, I don't know, maybe you can help them move on. So I gave them food that I had in my pockets. I just set it down next to them and they just disappeared, both of them.
You are a witch.
I didn't do any of that, though. And then we went back around the corner and we got to the part where you can look all the way down the pier, and there were like 8 locals just dead in a row, just laying there. And we walked up to the one closest to us, checked for a pulse, you know, jokingly told her that she could move on, and she burst into the biggest fireball I have ever seen.
Yeah, you might be cursed.
Yeah, I don't know. It was a weird night, and then I was there yesterday after I had my talk with CJ. I was just waiting, actually, because there were like 3 other people that wanted to have a conversation, so I just went down to the end of the pier to wait, and I was talking to Marlo. He was joking about that night, and I said it was fine because it was daytime and nothing happens during the day. And then I turned around and there was a dead local at my feet with no eyeballs.
Wait, with
Yep.
what?
No eyeballs.
No
They had no
eyeballs.
eyes. Haven't figured that one out.
Ugh.
Were they fresh bodies?
Yeah, I had just watched that man walking behind me. Like, all of them we had seen. Just, except for the very first one. We had seen all of them walking before we found them dead. I don't know. I keep joking because I really don't want it to have anything to do with me, but at this point, probably too
What
many
did you do?
coincidences. What do you mean?
Most of this part, most of all of this has been done in silence, have you not?
Coming here?
Well, not just that, but everything else.
It's been done in silence? You mean I haven't really been talking to people?
That's what I'm saying.
Apart from the people that are helping me, I guess. It's not like I'm broadcasting it. I don't know. My only thought was maybe that purgatory is clinging to me. That's my only theory, is that it's clinging to me and I'm taking death out into the world.
What do you mean by that?
Hmm? It just, if it's attached to me, you know what I mean? If this place is attached to me and it can drag me back in. I don't know.
On like BO and lingers like a bad smell.
Exactly. Yeah, I just have a purgatory cloud following me around. I have no idea. I don't really know what any of it means. Just that it seems to happen around me a lot. I mean, and Marlo knows enough to joke with me about it. For the most part, it was like Benny and Fred and Bobby, Winston, that knew I was coming here. I don't tell anyone unless it's to ask for help. And even then, I try not to tell people anything that they don't need to know. Even telling Shang was because he was one of the only people I thought was bold enough to help me with what I needed to get done.
Hey. Help is always appreciated. I don't want to make it seem like I'm trying to question you about it. Please don't take it that way.
No, I know. I just I understand why you're asking me, because every time you tell someone something, you have to assume that they've told someone they trust, and then they tell someone that they trust.
Just high alert, you know?
I'm trying to weigh the benefits of every person I tell. There's some people that are mad and won't talk to me because I won't say anything, but it just is what it is.
And once again, I appreciate it.
Of course.
I realize I probably came off a little strong as to asking the questions. I understand you're probably
Oh my god, why did
from your
TJ
side.
just shout us out?
I'm trying to figure out why. Why are we here? Why was this?
I know. I don't understand any of it. All of the crazy shit that's been happening to me has been since you were in here, so I haven't been able to ask you about any of it.
I've never seen any of that.
Yeah.
Never heard of it either.
Yeah. I know that the fog rolled up yesterday while I was standing on the other side on the island. It wasn't the first time. Marlo and I drove by earlier in the day and the fog was heavy here too when I got here. But we weren't coming for this. We were going past it on the shoreline because there's a plane wreck that he wanted to dive. Completely unrelated to any of this. It's just as soon as I got near the lighthouse, the fog rolled in. Yeah, he's still on his floppy disk kick.
Oh my goodness. He's looking for plane crashes?
Yeah.
There's a big one up near Polito.
He's dived all of them multiple times at this point, I think.
No.
TJ, you weren't there for BoneCon, were you?
No, they used my tugboat. Someone decided to spam call me to see if I was there. I waited for my ringer to go. And once they did, they approached me. I just promptly jumped off and said, enjoy your day.
Thank you guys for following. I appreciate you all. Tell her thank you for the shout out,
I was not.
please.
We arrived at whenever island it was. It was a random one. It was not purgatory. But as we sat there and discussed in anonymity what was going on, and nobody would reveal aspects of their deals, which caused arguments, the fog rolled in. Heavy.
I have to pee so bad.
I remember it whipping up at my feet like vines, tendrils trying to drag you down. This is when Norman appeared.
Wait, he went to a Bones Con?
First one, yeah.
Oh shit.
You had multiple of these?
I don't think it wasn't actually called BoneCon, but it was just I think it was Nancy. She wanted us all to meet, right, and discuss our deals to try and find a way forward, which then meant that everybody else would then splinter off and have more discussions, more discussions, more discussions. It got to the point where myself, Flop, Andy, a few others were all discussing what was going to happen, and Andy and Flop got into an argument, and Flop said, fuck it.
I'm back.
He drove to the lighthouse and handed himself over to Norman.
We stand CJ in this house. We do. I adore CJ.
For what?
Yeah, the second
Save
time I
Richard
did get
and
slipped
Rose
in.
from their deal. That, well,
It was like a Degen Fafo
a
chat.
curse. They didn't make a deal. They were just told by Norman, do this or I'll kill one of your own. Bob saved them. And walked into the lighthouse willingly, and we didn't see him for 3 or so days. I thought he had died.
No, he lost his memories.
Mm-hmm. Lost his family. That's why I always associated the fog with Norman, though. That day, the deep rolling fog. I hadn't seen anything like it before. His voice echoing through the new arena he had created.
Arena? What do you mean by arena?
Swallowed us up like a cave. And we were just sat in the middle of it. Went
We-
from being on an island to surrounded by this circular sheet of white fog.
That happened to me here once. It was small, but I was up here. It was when Noxie. I was invisible and she set a trap for me.
When did this happen?
It was one of the times that I was with Hope. I was here and you weren't. Noxie couldn't see me. She kept looking around but not directly at me, so I don't think she could find me. And I saw an eye on the ground, so I picked it up, and as soon as I did, that same thing that Winston is describing happened. There was this weird black mist at my feet, and then this wall of like swirling white mist all around me. And that's when Noxie did see me. She stared right at me even though I wasn't visible. It was weird. Hope pulled me out immediately and I just ran away. I'd never heard about anything like that before.
Neither have I. You said this was the entire island, Winston? Wasn't just around you?
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was a small island, no bigger. I'd probably say smaller than this one. Somewhere
You mean
along
the
the east
entirety
coast.
of it, or just this peninsula?
The entirety of the island. Oh, it was one of the small little islands of the east coast, probably down near like the next building or something. Small enough to fit all of us on there with a dining room table and not leave much more space for anything else. I remember it being a night when we started, but it's a clear sunny day before long. And then suddenly, grey,
It's all TJ's fault.
engulfing.
Always encouraging Alice.
And his laugh bellowing as if he was right beside you, but also right far away from you at the same time.
This didn't happen the first time, or was afterwards?
It was the first time. Only the first time when we were all there together. I came with Ash. I'm fairly sure Colin was there, Andy was there, Nancy. Dark was there, but not Rhodes. Flop was there. Jenny. Copper. Bryce. Almost everyone who was at least partially involved was there. I'm sure you remember getting the invite.
No. You see, most of those people were cops at the time, or civilians. Those of us that actually had a deal that involved us taking someone else or criminal in nature that had already done it, avoided it. There's no way. I said when someone tried calling me, I left immediately. Wanted nothing to do with it afterwards. I hope you like my boat.
It was an awkward introduction, considering we were all meant to be anonymous, and suddenly we had a 15-minute boat ride to all chit-chat.
Yeah, that sounds pretty anonymous right there. So you said it's white fog that encased you?
Mhm.
Hmm.
So thick, yeah. Licks of fog come cascading out of the ground almost.
Good God.
There's not much I feared in life, but a fog was often it.
When did you start noticing the fog was following you around, Alice? When I left, right?
It was after I had been here.
After you've been here.
Yeah. I mean, I never noticed it before, but it felt like... It felt like... It felt like it's... I don't know. I never noticed it. I always brushed it off. But I only noticed it that night that it happened with Marlo, and I probably only noticed it because Marlo said something. It was like a week ago, maybe?
So like a part of you was attached to it.
Yeah. It was definitely after the... It was after I talked to you the last time.
It's not surprising that you ended back up here. They're like walking into a pit at that point. Actually, more like jumping into it.
Yeah.
How do we remove the chains?
I don't... The thing is if I can be invisible on that side, I'm assuming it's just part of the deal, right?
What deal?
What?
Not like an actual deal, I mean just how it works. I assumed that being here was part of the reason that I was able to do that. Like coming here and... Because every time I came here, I would come for longer and blink less. And then eventually, I became invisible. Right? Like every time it came, it felt like the connection between me and this place was a little stronger. And then it got to the point where I needed hope to be able to leave. So the fog was alarming, but I just assumed it was the trade-off for being able to do those things. I could be wrong. It's really hard to know because I can't ask Hope. That's just how it felt. And the day that I got the vial, the fog was heavy. Just like it was yesterday when I was here.
You know what I started realizing? I started counting it each time. Each time that I had one of those eyeballs up here, you would come back 4 times. Remember there was the one over by the fire while you were here and I told you not to eat that one?
Yeah.
Pretty sure that was your 4th one while you were here. And afterwards, it was 4 times after that as well. You came yelling that you're trying to leave and you couldn't leave.
Mm-hmm.
And it was 4 times. All of them have been 4 times back and forth.
Interesting. I came at least twice without you here, but Hope was with me those times. I didn't blink then.
You didn't blink.
That's what I've been calling it when I go in and out. Blinking.
Like you were afraid to, or that you just physically could not?
No, I mean, that's what I've been calling when I'm like come in and then randomly leave again. Blinking. Again, blinking in and out of
Oh.
purgatory. Not actually blinking.
I thought you meant your eyes.
No. I just didn't have a better term for it. Because that's what
There.
it felt like. That's what it felt like. Just in one spot and then suddenly in another one. I didn't realize that you were eating that many eyeballs.
Wait. You're eating them too, TJ?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Don't feel left out. They're really gross.
Oh, I don't want to eat an eyeball.
Okay,
I
you
don't
just
feel
sounded
left
so
out.
disappointed for a second.
Oh no, I thought it was just one person was eating eyeballs in here, but now we got 2 people eating eyeballs in here. 50%.
No, it was my theory that it established some sort of connection between her and I.
Yeah.
Because the first time that it happened, I never told Edgar this. I haven't told actually anybody else this either. First time it happened, fire rained from the sky where I was at.
That was a funny day.
It never happened afterwards, but when it rained from the sky, Alice appeared.
Huh.
As if she was supposed to see me. Subsequently, anytime I did it afterwards, it was usually about, I don't know.
Alice didn't get
I
sent
would
here by
imagine it'd be 10,
Norman.
15
Purgatory
minutes.
sucked her in, so it
She'd show
seems
up again.
different.
It was like I knew you were coming then.
Mm.
My theory was that you said you got 3 of them, right?
The
The first
first
time?
time. Yeah.
The theory was that was supposed to be 1 for myself, 1 for Winston, 1 for Edgar.
Yeah. The first time I saw 3 different skulls.
I could be off on that. That makes some sense.
Makes sense, yeah.
Well, the next time I came, there was only 1, and you were still here. He hasn't been coughing. Is he better?
Let me get this straight. There's two ways
Speak
you've
up.
gone to purgatory. There's 2 ways you've gone to purgatory. One's hope. One's, I guess, 3. One's hope. One's eating eyeballs, and then one's just falling in.
Yep.
Hmm.
I assumed at a certain point that I don't know, that I had eaten enough eyeballs or something. That I just didn't have to eat them anymore. And Hope was with me just to keep me safe here. But I don't know. Just realized you're not coughing anymore, TJ.
I haven't been for a few days, honestly.
Maybe since Hope's feathers turned back white?
I hadn't thought about
Hope's not
that.
sick anymore? Sick anymore?
No, I felt fine.
Oh.
You haven't noticed me coughing the last few days, have you?
No, I was talking about Hope.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, she's back to being all white. All of her black feathers fell out a few days ago.
Oh.
I'm gonna go check to see if I can see her up there. Oh.
Okay.
I'll be back.
All right. Anything new developed in the last however long it's been since I've been gone?
No, not really.
Hmm.
Apart from Edgar being back and no one being able to tell if he's lying or telling the truth.
Lie
Why
about
was he
what?
saying?
He says he doesn't remember anything about purgatory. Is adamant that he was in Guarma on vacation.
Huh.
And I don't know if he's lying because the cops are investigating him. If he's lying because he doesn't trust anyone. Or if he is telling the truth from his perspective and his mind has created a very extravagant coping mechanism.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a shame. We had such fantastic chats.
Yeah, TJ said the last day that he was here, he was not very happy with anybody, so...
Yeah, no, he's not very happy.
Edgar?
Yep.
Yeah. Apparently he told TJ he hopes he burns in hell. So
He told me he was glad I was trapped in a cage.
that's crazy. Well, now we know not to trust Edgar.
Yep.
So it seems like he's lost his fucking mind.
See, he told me the reason you'd stick a dildo up your ass to cheat during chess is it would vibrate when you're at a critical point of play.
I see.
Oh.
It's such an interesting, interesting perspective.
He asked if I wanted to play chess, and then that was.
And
what-
then he put that information out there.
I'll be honest, I brought it up first.
Oh, okay.
He just completed the critical missing information because I didn't know how that would work.
Hmm. He let the eel out. I wonder if hope is given up for a little bit.
Perhaps they're tired.
Maybe.
I can only imagine. Seems like she's been battling for a while.
Let me check on TJ.
Okay.
You know, there's something Norman said to me when I came in here that I found interesting.
What?
He was talking about pestilence. He said, no matter how much it detests me, or it detests what I am, ultimately it needs to cooperate if it wants me gone.
It needs to cooperate.
That's what he said about pestilence. Yeah.
What does that even mean?
I don't know. It seems like he has something over pestilence. Whether it's the ring or what, I don't know.
Huh.
Not sure, to be honest. You been okay though recently?
Um. Yes and no, I guess. You know, you and Winston and TJ all being gone at the same time meant that I had to learn to rely on a lot of different people really quickly.
Yeah.
And that makes me anxious. Not
I mean,
that
understandably.
yeah. Because I have to believe that the people I'm relying on now want to help just because it's me. Some of them don't have a horse in this race, you know?
Yeah. Tough thing. You never know what somebody is really, thinking about all this Norman shit. Everybody has their own opinions, whether they believe it or not, or pretend to believe it, or pretend not to. Glad at least Marla's with there for you and Bobby.
Yeah.
Marla doing okay?
Yeah, I think so. He's
Good.
doing better than he was.
Make sure I check the
Yeah.
box around here.
Anything?
Nope, nothing.
All I found was more, well, burn marks, feathers or twigs or something.
Need food?
No, I'm okay.
There.
Oh, thank you. This is
The finest purgatory has to offer.
interesting. I hate not being in the center because I can't get
You're
everyone
creeping
in.
me out looking like that, Fred.
Sorry, yeah, you're real close to these fucking bars.
It just looks like you're staring at a ghost, you know?
Bread for the journey, yeah.
Says you.
Uh-huh.
Come on, I had to make the pun.
Of course.
Dry humor.
Naturally.
I get the dad jokes out when I can.
I got to sneak up on TJ like a week ago. That was fun.
Wait, really?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, she got one back on me.
Got
All
one
the
on
times
you.
I've gotten them
That's
for other
crazy.
people.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Was laying on the ground.
Yeah. And I just walked up and told him that he looked comfortable out of the blue, invisible.
Yeah, I was enjoying my dirt nap.
See, now that's what I'm talking about. That's actually fantastic.
Give me a moment to think about something, all right?
Mm. Wow, chat.
Did you... Well, you had mentioned that I had a funeral. These are weird things to come out of my mouth.
Yeah, I didn't go. I just... I didn't think people would want me there, you know?
Why?
A few of them definitely knew that I was with you in the lighthouse, and when people grieve, they tend to blame people, you know? I didn't want to cause anyone problems, and ultimately I knew that, yeah, your body was there, but you weren't. I knew you were here, so I figured it was just less problematic to let the other mourners grieve in peace. I didn't need to be there. This isn't really how I thought it would happen, but I assumed that I would talk to you again. You know? Just felt more appropriate to let those people have their space.
With all due respect. And I'd always hoped that we wouldn't. This is
Not
not a
sticking
place
around for
other
spoilers, but
people
fuck you
should
for
be.
getting stuck. Have a fun stream. Mungo, thank you for the raid. Can't change some things.
Never say never.
So I hope you have no blame for yourself.
Oh, hey, I did it. I found an okay angle, I think. I did, actually, for a little while. But then I realized that was kind of taking away the power of your own decisions. And I didn't want to do that.
It had a lot of weight being your name, but I told you everything I could before we went down because I knew regardless of the name I was going to say no.
Aww. Aww. Yeah, I kind of got that impression. At least when he said he was going to kill me anyway. Poor Frag. Poor Frag in his cage.
Hey, TJ.
Yeah.
I know we joked that, didn't have a lot of time as a jacket in life, and if anything, got more with you in death. You were the best jacket I could have ever asked for.
That's so sweet. My heart.
And thank you for saving me from that prison.
I'm not crying, you're crying.
I don't do compliments well, but still feel like I didn't do enough.
I'm glad you accepted the compliment. You're welcome.
Yes, that's the part where I have to say thank you for saying that.
Cute. Cute.
Still felt like it didn't do enough though.
I love having Walker squared back together.
So tell me again, what were you coming over here for? The island?
I was just checking to see if there was a bush or anything here. I don't know. After Edgar was taken, I feel like we got so many chances to talk to him. To be fair, a lot of people that I relied on are in here. And I hadn't seen Hope in days. She hadn't even been to the graveyard to eat fish. I was starting to get worried. I don't know. I guess I was looking for anything. She started showing up to Andy again, though. He said that she had been bringing her things related to you.
That Hope had been bringing things related to her? To me, to her.
Yep. I asked her if it was watches, and she said yes, kind of hesitantly. So it makes me think maybe there was something else. So she's been over here feeding the birds at the tree. She said she had a chat with Norman the day that Edgar got out. So I'm standing around on the island.
What else did she tell you?
Not much. Mostly that she didn't really want to get involved in all of this again. And that the two of you maybe weren't seeing eye to eye on it. That's about it. She called me to ask me if the birds had ever brought me seashells.
Seashells?
Yeah, I've been giving them to Hope. I think she's been giving them to people. It always confuses them. But I called her that day because the fog was bad. And no offense to anyone else that deals with any of these things, Andy has done almost exactly the things that I have done. So talking to her makes me feel a little less crazy sometimes.
You are right. He's right. I didn't see eye to eye on a lot of these things. She maybe promised her I'd wait to do anything until I talked to her again.
Aww.
I promised her.
Aww. And you got
Said we'll talk Monday.
Berg.
That was many, many, many weeks ago, maybe a month before I got into here.
Sad.
Never talked again.
That's sad.
I waited and waited and waited. I did nothing. Kept my side of the promise still to today. Done nothing. Not related to what the promise was. You know what the first one was?
Hmm.
The first promise that her and I made. Long time ago. In regards to CJ.
It was a weird sound.
I was going to offer to go steal the ring that was sitting still down here, still by a skeleton, in an attempt to try to get someone else out of a deal. Never told anyone else about it. As you know, the ring is gone.
I see.
That promise can no longer happen.
Aw.
Don't mind me asking, what did you two talk about?
The birds mostly. How frustrated she also was trying to figure out anything that they wanted her to do. She was especially mad that Hope basically spelled out for me that she wanted me to eat eyeballs. She said it took her days to put that together.
Yeah, but it wasn't Hope. She was always with Noxie.
Yeah. She said that that Hope showed up a lot less than Noxie did. But it seems Hope is the one showing up for her now.
It was surprising to me that she was asking how Noxie was doing when I had a conversation. I would have imagined it would have been Hope for her, if anything.
Mm.
Which was some concern because obviously Noxie has tried to light me on fire, and we've seen it here. So why Noxie and not Hope?
Did Noxie show up to her before or after her deals with Norman?
I have no idea.
I never thought to ask her that. But that could be why CJ said Noxie always shows up for her. Although CJ did say that Noxie was spying on the conversation that CJ was having with Pestilence.
Yeah, and what's he been up to?
Other than sending people to talk to me? More of the
You said what?
same, it seems. Yeah, he asked CJ and Lang to come talk to me. I haven't heard of any really big things that he's done. Dark was very sick, and then we heard he was in purgatory, and then he was out again. I don't know if you saw him here. I still don't quite understand.
Never seen Dark here.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
I would have had
Nah.
many a conversations with him had I known he was here.
Yeah, I have no idea. I still don't quite understand that timeline. But he told me that he was keeping Dark alive at one point.
Pestilence?
Yeah.
Aye.
I don't know. It was after the day that you came in when he told me that he had sent you here and he shouldn't have been able to do that. And that he was worried if he could send you here, then it might mean Norman could interfere with his attempts in the
That's
living
what he
domain.
said.
Mm-hmm.
He said he sent me here.
That's what he told me. He seemed shaken by it after the fact. That he did and he shouldn't have been able to. Like you had just frustrated him and he had just willed you here accidentally. But he was also staring at the sky and the scar on his face was changing colors and he seemed distracted, like he was listening to something I couldn't hear. And he told me he had to go. But his warning was that if he could interfere with Norman's domain, then Norman might be able to interfere with his. Specifically with his attempts to keep Dark alive. He just got really foggy.
Why do you think that would be?
He said it was the veil was thinning.
No, I mean the attempt to keep Dark alive.
I have no idea. I'm going to be honest. He tells me his domain is the living. That's who he has control over, or who he's charged with babysitting, as he puts it. And that everything he does is to nudge humanity.
Yeah, he likes to say that, doesn't he?
He
Nudge
does.
things along.
Mm-hmm. Teach lessons.
Has there been any other outbreaks?
One, with James Kelly and his crew, because no, it started before that. Something to do with Charlotte Spade and the Princess, and then Ember. And Ember was sick and contagious and went to the food court and started serving people, and it got a bunch of people sick because she was contagious and serving food. But most of the people that got sick ended up not being contagious, and they are just coughing. I don't know how many of them have gotten better. James Kelly and his crew, most of them got cures and took them.
And who's his crew?
A lot of them are ex-BBMC, so it was James himself, Zero, a couple of guys whose names I've forgotten, Jimbo, Hassan.
Fred, do you know any of them?
I know of them. I know them a little bit, but I mean, by the time I really met them, I was really deep in trying to figure out all this shit, and then I had a deal, so I didn't really talk to them much.
Yeah. James is the one that helped me. He needed to talk to the good doctor anyway, because Hassan was sick and refusing to take a cure.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, and then he passed out and James Kelly forced it down his throat, so I don't know how that's going.
Hey, there you go, I guess. One way to
He
do it.
forced it down his throat.
Mm-hmm. Does TJ know about Shang? What about Shang?
What about Wayne? Have you seen him?
No,
That little motherfucker, man.
not really. Last I heard, he and the doctor weren't on good terms. Apparently, all of the people in the sewers turned on Wayne. He knows that he took the cure and he's pissed off about it, if that's what you're asking. A lot of them got sick and turned on Wayne because they blamed him for it. The doctor mentioned it very briefly, but I haven't really seen Wayne around since then.
Yeah. You appreciate this reference. I don't know if these two will because they don't watch movies. Wayne is like Newman to me in Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
The
I have
one
no
that
idea what that
steals the dinosaur eggs.
Oh, that guy?
Yeah, and then he's like, oh, I don't know why any of this is happening to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, then he dies.
Yeah.
Doesn't he get like venom spit in his face from like a
He does,
raptor?
yeah. Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
actually impressed you've seen that.
I've read all of Jim Crane, or the dude who the book it was on. I've read all of his books. They're very good. He's a great author. Like Michael Crichton or something, I think. Book is completely different from the movie. Everybody kind of dies at the end of the book.
Fog is so bad all of a sudden. Is it because of the time of day?
Wasn't he the same author of Congo?
He was, yeah.
Purgatory is an
How can
eternal
you
yap session
read
because
a
there's
bunch of
nothing
books
else
but
to
never
do.
watch the movies?
Just because the books are probably better. I don't know. I found like an author, and then I just read all of their books.
There's nothing else to do in Purgatory, guys. We're 3 hours into yapping. Oh, there was something that I meant to mention to you, actually, TJ. The last time I was here, I realized I left because we got interrupted before I could bring it up. There's someone named Moira.
Moira?
Yes, and this is secondhand information from Bobby that he heard from Dark. But Dark said someone named Moira called him, saying that she was Norman's assistant and that he was deeply interested in celestial events. And then she told him about the blood moon that was happening, I think last Friday. I never saw anything come of that. A lot of us got really nervous. But I brought it up to Pestilence and he knew her name. He knew her name and seemed to find it interesting and told me to look into it. And said strange things happen on blood moons, but still, I didn't hear of anything happening at all. I did look up the name Moira, though. It could be far-fetched. She could just be another crazy person trying to get into Norman's good graces, and the doctor could be playing it up to be more than it is, but if you look up Moira, it is the root of the word Morai, I think is how you pronounce it. The three fates.
The three fates.
Mm-hmm. It's the only thing I could find even slightly related to who she might be. But again, it could just be some crazy person.
You know the three fates, right?
I do.
Explain it to them.
Ouch.
Wow.
Yeah, I could use that. When you said what was her name, Moira? I just thought of Moria from Lord of the Rings. So I'm kind of lost here.
I mean, I can give you a very basic explanation, but they're the three fates. Neither of you have probably actually seen Hercules. That's the most, like, most recent.
Got like a bad healer or
example.
something, right?
No, what?
I'm thinking of a different one then.
That's Achilles. You're close. You're close.
The same realm.
The point was Hercules the movie has a depiction of the three fates. But basically it's that they're in charge of like mortal timeline, so to speak. I might be saying that, but it's to make sure that every being like kind of lives out their time.
Oh.
And I don't know if the thread is something that has happened because of popular culture, but it's often represented that way, that each person or each mortal has like a thread. And when their time is up, they cut it.
Mm-hmm. It's the beginning, the spinning of it. The web that then disperses into the world, and then the end, the cutting of it. The three fates.
It's like three old ladies, and they're like have the. I think I know what you're talking about now.
In the movie, yes, they're old and they share an eye.
I don't. I was from.
Oh, well, let the hags.
What was that one dude?
Mhm.
The Percy Jackson guy. Yeah.
I was thinking Shakespeare, but sure.
There are a lot of representations of them in culture. Hercules to me is just the one of the most recent and one that most people have seen. Although I'm learning not as many people have seen that movie as I thought. So. But that's the only reference I could find. I've never spoken to her. I've never heard of her from anyone else other than that singular instance. And the blood moon, as far as I can tell, kind of turned out to be nothing.
So this came from Dark, you said?
Yeah, Dark said it to Bobby. They had a conversation. Because Pestilence also told Dark to come and speak with us. I think he directed him specifically to Bobby, but I'm not sure.
Oh, that's new to me as well. Just when you start to think you have a hold on things, you don't.
Yeah.
I've heard of an assistant at some point.
I heard of a guy.
Yeah, many years ago.
Same.
Well,
Actually, a business card.
I saw a
What's his name? Is
man.
Wrinkle?
Oh, I don't know.
I saw a man named Luke, probably 6 or 7 months ago, was here.
What was the last name?
Maybe it wasn't that long ago. I don't remember.
Did he have goggles on?
No, he was dressed like a mini Norman.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he,
Not the same Luke.
yeah, I think he was like sleeping at the lighthouse because he just was suddenly there. So I don't know. But I haven't seen him or heard from him in quite a while. But Dark and Bobby's conversation was ended when the chicken man showed up.
Richard fucking Fritz.
Hmm?
What's his name?
The chicken man?
Mm-hmm. Richard Fritz.
I think she has an okay grasp because she hasn't been here for more than a day. But like, I think it's probably starting to fuck with her because like, interesting. I didn't know he had a name.
Yep. Had done a bank with my aunt and a bunch of us and the old BBMC in the middle of it as we were attempting to get into the vault. His voice came from behind the actual vault doors. Someone that's been tormenting Andy
The
majority of her
little
life.
chiclet.
Yeah, I know who he is. He's supposed to be stuck down here.
Interesting.
Battle of Eternity, Noxie versus Richard.
So why isn't he?
Maybe because of Vale's thing.
CJ
Just
told me
like
you
why
should,
all of us are able to be here at the same place at the same time on the same island. You understand most of us usually have our own purgatories molded to the person, not one singular place.
Oh. Lore drop.
It's supposed to be different for everybody.
Interesting.
Maybe the veil is a lot thinner than we thought.
Maybe.
It is if you believe the doctor.
I don't know what to believe. I feel like there's been so much that has passed by me since I've been down here that I know everything that I would know, if not more. All these things that are happening and people dying next to you and lighting on fire and having no eyes and fog. Never happened. Never seen that. Never experienced it. Only other thought that I can think of is because Hope was sick. Balanced up to the other side.
Hmm. Maybe. But she's better and that local still died yesterday for no reason.
Okay. Myth bunked. Got it.
I have no idea. I feel like I'll
Trying
drive
to put an
myself
answer to
crazy trying to figure it out.
Welcome to my life. And all of our lives, actually.
Hmm.
I think we've all been
Uh-huh.
through that.
I don't think I have one of those anymore.
It is
a crazy statement.
so foggy now.
So the thoughts and the memories of when you did you not?
True.
I think it's just the time of day. I think it's making TJ nervous though, because like you can't see anything. And he's expecting Norman at any moment. I keep thinking I hear footsteps, but I don't think I do. I don't know. I don't know if anything else is going to happen tonight.
Gonna check up here again.
All right.
I think I might go take a small walk around. Just
All right.
the fog is starting to mess with me.
Sure, you eventually get used to it. I'll
I
tell
hope
you when I do.
not. Oh, great. Thank you.
Love the fog. It's so nice. It's actually everything I've ever dreamed for.
Which way did TJ go? Sorry, I just wanted to walk and I figured walking alone
You're good.
probably not my best option.
Get out of this fucking cave.
Fair enough.
There's not many places to go, but
No, you feel like you've explored every inch of this place. There's not a ton, no. This is about where the fire was last time, right?
yeah, around
Or was it
here.
further down?
It was a little further down, like right about here-ish. Right? Or maybe it was farther down here, actually.
I want to say it was right about here.
Yeah, I knew it was near one of these bushes. Yeah, maybe over here. Don't see much, though. It's interesting.
You know, maybe you should hold on to those.
The feathers?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Why do you
I'm gonna
think?
grab that one over there.
Is there another one?
The one that's burnt.
Yeah. Okay. I got here yesterday by myself. I ran around trying to leave for a really long time.
Nothing. No signs. No, at all.
Nothing. It was just me. I was alone. I didn't see Hope or Noxie or anyone. It was unexpected. I came and sat on this skeleton for a while. Thinking maybe, I don't know, Hope would realize I was here.
I've sat in front of that thing more than you can possibly imagine. I guess the same thing. You can say, I guess it brought you, right?
Yeah. Should I
You can pick
grab
those up
these?
too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna be able to make another entire Hope with all of these.
Birds have a lot of feathers.
Yeah, I know.
It's also a black one right here. I don't think you can pick that one up.
Yeah, probably not. Don't imagine I
No.
would want to if I could anyway.
No, you don't want to. Not unless you're dead.
So how
And
you
I haven't
got
found anything suggests otherwise that you have.
seems like I just got my feet caught in the undertow. Good thing I'm wearing cargo pants, I guess.
There's the two other ones that have been there for a while as well.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? We missed the one down further. Grab these and go grab the other one that's over on the side.
Okay. There's so many over here.
We did. Right. We've recently lost them again. Not through memory loss. Disagreement.
Oops.
Richard and Rhodes are always by the book. Lawmen.
Oh yeah.
Bob's current existence, probably. Well. Not to their fancy. And she had a long conversation with
Yep, let's go down this way, I think. You don't mind getting wet, do you?
No. I have to swim over here every time anyway.
I tried to get him to forgive his son. Things he had done and the life he had chosen.
Although I guess wet baggy pants are kind of unpleasant.
Mm-hmm. Not exactly a lot of places you can do dry cleaning, so if I would ever get out of here, believe me, first thing I do, I'm changing. Forgot about that part. You know, Fred asked me the other day, if you ever would, what would you do? I just said, actually,
No, Hope's not dead. She's just been
take it all
fighting a
in for a
Nazi.
second. But I think the next one, change of clothes.
Yeah, less denim.
100%. Just the other one, not this one. Wasn't this one. Further down.
Here? Oh yeah, I see it over here.
All of them that I saw.
Yeah. I suppose there could always be more, but it's really hard to see in here. Andy told me she almost got stuck in here once. She didn't tell me how she got out, though.
I don't know if you ever really told me that. I know she was eating eyeballs close to almost daily.
Yeah, I was too for a little bit. The first thing Marlo said when he realized that guy didn't have eyeballs yesterday was that I killed him for them.
Yeah, I can see how he can make that conclusion, but that's pretty,
He just makes
I think he's
jokes.
just messing around.
Yeah, Marlo
Yeah.
just makes jokes because I think he realizes if he doesn't keep my spirits up, this stuff is really easy to...
Get lost in?
It's not normal.
I know. No, no. You and I having this conversation is not normal. And the place where we're at is not normal. The circumstances that we have met are not normal.
Yeah.
Everything about everything that you have experienced in the last
Month?
4 months, 3 months,
Yeah, I guess it has been like 3 months.
is not normal.
Mm.
None of it.
I mean, I'd be lying if I said it didn't affect me. I try not to dwell on it though, because those are when it's the worst. I haven't been sleeping well since Winston died. I don't want to tell him, because I don't want him to feel guilty, but I've had night terrors before. They're normally pretty few and far between now, but since he died, they've been pretty bad.
You know, I think that was a really good thing that you said to him. That you couldn't be mad because the choice was his own.
It's also why I don't want to talk to anyone else. It's mad at me or mad at him or any of that, because ultimately if they feel like he made the wrong choice, or if they're mad at me for being there and forcing him into it, it means they're belittling the choice that Winston made, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
You find more feathers?
no more than there were, but I grabbed them all. At least now we'll know if more show up.
Perhaps that's why they're fighting.
What, for feathers?
Hope knows that you need feathers.
I don't think that's
Not quite. I mean, there is parts of that. Yes, that's true. I mean, I guess in theory, I don't have all the black feathers, but by all technicality, I could try that again.
If hope rips more out of Oxy, could you not have enough?
It was just not that. There's more to it than that. It's their involvement with it.
Oh,
It's not just that.
I don't know. Definitely seems like Hope is trying to get here.
Get back down to Fred.
yeah.
She's best. Hope is best as Burb. Hope is cute and rides in our hoodie. I love that it's just Z fighting with themselves. That's my favorite part. It's just Z. It's just Z fighting. Okay.
Man's got to be in his thoughts, you know? Got to align his positive energy and his emotional chi together, you know?
I was theorizing. Plop entered this place, right, and managed to leave. As did Bryce, I believe. Leo. Some people had other people make deals for them, like Edgar. Some had to sacrifice something new. Wondered if there was anything Fred had left to offer in order to sacrifice a part of himself to be able to get out of here.
I'll find anything cool.
We just picked up all the feathers that were laying around.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of them, though.
Which color had more?
I don't. Mostly white ones.
Damn.
Unfortunately. I don't think we're getting out today.
So how is
chat.
Bobby?
He's okay. He's not sick anymore, and I don't know. He just wants to help me, and I don't always have ways for him to help. So he mostly just tries to make sure I'm safe. I imagine by now Marlowe's talked to him.
I think he's losing his mind.
Absolutely. The day that I couldn't get out the first time, Or at least that I thought I couldn't get out. I mean, TJ's theory might be correct, and I just needed to wait it out. He was losing his mind then.
Think he's losing his mind now?
Oh, I'm sure he's
Yeah,
absolutely
probably.
going insane.
You think so? What do you think he's doing right now?
If I had to guess, going to the lighthouse, coming to the island, going to the graveyard, anywhere that he thinks he can find hope.
You think he'll work with Norman?
No. I think of all of the people, no offense, Fred, that told me they'd never make a deal. I think Bobby means it. I think he understands how important that is to me.
I'm sure Kiki would have said the same about me.
That is a little bit different, right?
Very true.
I think Alice may be chilling in here for another day or even longer. Does create the opportunity for Alice to get notes and such from Fred and Winston. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's different. And I think especially on the tail end of what happened with Fred and Benny that Bobby would understand the gravity of doing that. He's the passionate kind of guy that really feel like he owes the world for Alice to be out. I mean, maybe. Maybe. When I first started helping TJ and things kept getting more and more serious as the days passed. I talked to a few people. I didn't tell them much, just the people very close to me that I knew would look for me if I went missing. And told them the very bare minimum. That I was involved in some things around the lighthouse, and that if I went missing or I died, I made them promise not to bring me back or to try. I don't know how many of them actually meant the promise. How many of them will keep it when it comes to it and they're faced with that reality. But enough of them know that I don't want them to do that.
No one wants someone to do it, but reality is they're probably going to at some point.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, because you can say you don't want to make it all you want, so it hits you right in the face.
I think for Winston's sake, shot him in the face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True. Barry did do that.
Thank you for the follow. Yeah, he did do that.
What if this is it?
What do you mean?
What if we don't get out of here?
I'm fairly certain I don't.
Yeah, but there's always moving on, Winston. Which is not here.
Yeah.
The spot in the middle. Why the feathers were always supposed to be something that this could be a meeting ground between the two if needed. The dead come, the living come. Have a conversation. Hide to where they are. They leave when they're done. All to Switzerland, of case.
We has to talk to Alice a lot about it though, and he
When they
definitely
had
never
to
has
sneak
said
in
that
and
he knows
sneak
Alice
out
would
of.
not. Yeah.
But away, nonetheless.
Yeah, losing Alice is the wrong one. I don't know. Maybe it's just because I haven't been here as long as everyone else, but I don't feel like I can afford to assume at this point that I'm not getting out of here. I still have to hold on to that hope. I mean, it's clear that she's still trying.
Thank you.
I'd be very disappointed in you if you had already given up.
Yeah.
No. That is the one thing that I have learned.
It's one thing I was hoping that you'd say.
I'm not giving up. I do hate the fog. And the chill is starting to be extraordinarily frustrating. I'm not giving up hope. Everything I've done up until this point has been with that hope. Not just with her physically, but with the hope that I can accomplish the things that I need to do and I will be in the right place at the right time. This is definitely the wrong place. I still think that there are things to accomplish. She's still trying to get me out. I'm sure that on the other side, people are trying anything that they can think of. I haven't given up. I was nowhere near giving up on you, TJ, or assuming that if I could accomplish everything that needed to be, that I might not have to leave Fred here either. I don't think Winston is meant to come back, though, unfortunately.
I think it would be very unfortunate if I did come back. They all had a funeral for me. Imagine I came back, my head all flopping about, my heart just bouncing out of my chest.
Yeah.
Scare the
You'd be
crap
like
out of my
that,
sister.
what was the ghost from Harry Potter? nearly head in a snick, you can be like him.
And call you Hutch.
No.
You know, for the longest time, he couldn't really say anything. He just grunted. He had an umbrella out. Just walked around with the cops with an umbrella out and grunted.
I remember.
I don't know who Hutch is.
I feel myself fading away every day. Like a sandcastle waiting for the waves to come in.
I think you've been staring too much at that lighthouse over there and listening to the waves too much, my friend. That's always your choice. That shouldn't be forced upon you.
So I just look over to the middle and accept it.
When that time is right for you.
Whoa.
I'm not saying now figuratively, you son of a bitch.
It's just gonna figure out where it was.
Good God.
I wouldn't do that to Alice twice. That's
That
mean.
would be so cruel, actually. Waits for me to get here just to leave. Crazy.
Mm-hmm. The second time, huh?
Yeah.
Damn.
At least the second time is probably less dramatic. Technically, the third time, if we're being fair, because I
Oh.
was in the
The bone zone.
I was in the boneyard. They ordered me to get out right before they shot you, actually.
Okay, but you didn't get to watch the bullet into my fucking eye socket.
Well, I wouldn't have wanted to be fair.
At least I didn't get to see mine.
Granted, I didn't really get to see the knife enter my neck. Turned around, couldn't really figure out what words I was going to use to say goodbye, and Norman didn't give me a choice.
You know the irony of all of Sanguine and us doing in the commissioner? That my own death was televised as well. Isn't that ironic?
Damn.
Yeah.
I remember seeing that on my other character in 3.0.
Wait, was it Ursula who filmed it?
Mm-hmm.
No, it was Ursula who the one who filmed me plant the bomb on the prison.
I think it was, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. I found out later, so I can today. I was gonna shoot her. But then I figured that you and the Faceless had planned that whole thing. You wanted it to be on TV.
No, that wasn't part of it.
Yeah, I
Didn't
found
need
that
it to
out
be.
later. Worked in our favor.
No, I saw it probably about 2 months ago, 3 months ago. Finally, before I came in here. It's really broken up. You hear my voice and you just hear it in her voice. It
I'm
doesn't
gonna go get a
matter, but
snack chat. I'm gonna let you
think she
listen to them
felt
yap.
like guilty of it all.
Which part?
I don't know. I think just the entirety of it, not the filming part to it, but just that it happened. Maybe it wasn't even regarding like that it happened. It's more of a that you're not around anymore. It was different. Keep looking for fire to pop up. Or a crow
too.
just pass
Something.
over. I think I'm paranoia at this point. Just at some point hoping I don't see it.
Think Hope needs a rest?
I think everyone does.
You're not wrong. Well, Alice, I didn't get to do MTV Crips, but if you want to take my bed, it's a fantastic flat rock with a nice groove down the middle, which is perfect for your spine.
That's
He's got pretty good real estate in here, I ain't gonna lie.
yeah.
I mean, compared to you, Fred, everyone's got good fucking real estate. Let's be real.
Yeah.
How do you even
So
sleep
tired
in
of this
that, Fred?
fucking cage. It's horrible.
It's either fetal or just sat in a corner, I guess.
You just like hang your legs through the bottom.
Yeah, I can't even fucking I can barely sit down in here.
Horrible
This
on the
sucks.
knees.
I don't know. I'm just thinking like if you wanted a different position or something.
I wonder why someone's trying to put me down here and why he wanted it.
See, this is that's what it doesn't make any fucking sense.
See, I kind of just assumed like you were annoying him and it was one of those like intrusive thoughts of like I just really want this dude to go away. That was how I just assumed it happened.
I don't know because TJ has the same fucking goal as Pestilence supposedly has.
Yeah. But
Mm,
TJ was
no.
really sassy that day.
Got
We're
the same
talking about
steps, but not the
gifts
same end.
and pings on your phone and everything. Then we started talking about how things were appearing more human for him, and
Yeah, that bastard's half human. Swear down.
I don't think he likes that too much. No,
Mm-mm.
I had to point out to him that him dangling sickness in front of someone for the purpose of an action or a favor was the same thing as making a deal, and he didn't like that.
I think Norman tried to hurt him.
Yeah.
He said something about dealing with like a... It was the same conversation I had with him after you were taken here, Fred. He asked me what my plans were, you know, now that Fred and Winston and TJ were gone. I told him I had a plan and I was still like thinking about it, and he got frustrated and said, meanwhile, I'm here babysitting humanity and dealing with... I forget what the word was. It was like a punishment or something from the other one. And then he lifted up his jacket and showed me this like rip in his vest.
Huh.
You try attacking him?
I have no idea. He didn't expand upon it past that.
But I know they said he told me, Pestilence told me that because of what I've done, they were gonna have words. Well, he didn't tell me. He yelled that at me. Him and Norman were gonna have to talk because of something I did.
What
But
did
then
you
I heard
do?
the talk. Well, it was after I killed the 3 people. He was furious with me, like very, very mad. I've
Oh, of
never heard
course.
anybody that mad in my life. It was like 2 divorced dads. One was really mad. Like it's like you got in a fight at school. One's really mad at you because you used violence, and one was really proud of you because what you did. That was like Norman and Pestilence.
The deal is unnatural, isn't it?
Well, he wasn't even mad about the deal. He was mad about how I did it, which I mean, granted, wasn't great, but he was furious
TJ was super
because he was
sassy that
there
day.
when I stabbed Sooty.
Well, that is Oshira's sister. And he does seem
Yes, yeah.
more keen on her than any of the other little ones.
It seemed like you saved her life.
He started calling me Little Omen instead of Little One.
Oh, it's getting personal between you two.
Yeah.
Besties.
I think he just finds my last name to be amusing.
Omen from Omen, huh?
Yeah. I'm sure it makes his conversations when he sends people to me a lot more dramatic.
Go speak to Omen. You'll get an
Yeah.
omen from Omen.
Go seek out the little omen. It's just how I picture it in my head, since he likes to be so cryptic. He also called the chicken man a little chicklet.
Wonder how well that'll go down.
I mean, he said it to me. I don't know. I don't know if he said it to him. I imagine he doesn't fear him particularly much. I don't think we're getting out of here today, chat. We're stuck. We're stuck longer. I never thought I'd say this, but I kind of miss Twatter.
You know, it's just something. It's just something there. It used to be great. Loved that stuff. I had my notifications off too.
Yeah, Twatter. Great thing, huh, Winston? It's it's a great tool.
Your propaganda.
You know, Twatter should have paid me for being an influencer back then.
He did
The
give me the
revolution will
notebook.
be
I just haven't looked at
twattified.
it.
You know, I'm pretty sure that they could have sold advertisement and driven up their revenue shares by way beyond they imagined.
Instead, all I did was sell, was it Twatter Blue or whatever it is?
Yeah, I didn't even
I think they
buy it.
still sell that shit, I think.
Yeah, they do.
They should have given me that for free.
I don't even think it's that expensive.
$50 or something.
Yeah.
It's not much.
It's like less than the tax on your food.
Yeah.
Oh, it used to be like 5K a week or something before. Used to be a lot.
Definitely isn't now. It was like $80 maybe. I don't know. It
Yeah.
wasn't much.
Time already is becoming confusing. Fantastic Grub.
Even 7.5
Clips.
or like 10. I don't know. I remember it being like, oh, that's not that much money, and then I subscribed to it, and
Reactions when you hand
well,
out
with all the
pages.
fines
Oh,
and
goodness.
buying guns and stuff, I realized that actually it was quite a lot of money.
Did you see something?
No. Just
Welcome to Campside Stories with those stuck in purgatory.
Walker Squared story time?
You know,
Fred and the Walkers.
that's like some people's actual torture. I guess, you know, we might be a figment of your imagination at some point of this. And this might just actually be atoning for your sins at this point, is listening to the two walkers go back and forth.
I
Can you
don't.
imagine putting Dwayne Carter in here?
You better have a good ass day.
I also offer Fred the same thing about.
Hey, fool, why
Oh.
are you down here?
Imagine why Dwayne Carter would be
Fred.
down here.
I forgot that I had this.
You know, they say true side of a midlife crisis is like breaking up with your wife and starting a podcast.
How's that supposed to mean?
Is this our podcast episode?
I think this is called an end of life crisis. Yeah. Guess that's why I started writing in a journal, huh?
Good thing I was wearing cargo
A
pants.
version of a podcast.
Yeah.
This from
It's all
Tried
good.
writing a journal. I didn't really have anything to write.
He was gonna leave it by
Worthwhile
the tree.
until Alice turned up.
Wait, what about me?
We're talking about our end of life crisis.
Oh,
Yeah,
So
he
we
was referring
started a
to a
podcast.
midlife crisis. I thought it was an end of life.
Oh yeah, I started writing stuff in a notebook. I started rambling the entire time.
It's amazing what you can create. You start
Fucking-
putting some thoughts down.
Oh yeah. And you can really tell the tone shifts in the middle of this thing too.
You know, I found
Gray stain.
4 of your notes, Ben, in the water.
Oh yeah, I actually copied the same page like 5 times.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, well, I don't want to carry all these around the whole time. I don't know what was even on them.
Was a lot of information about. Basically, we were talking before. If your back is to the wall, what are you actually willing to do for it?
in the afterlife crisis.
Yeah, I wrote a lot
Yeah.
about that. Several
Mhm.
pages.
So, chat, how's the rest of the world doing? I'm gonna go walk. Getting restless.
Ironic.
Hmm.
I'll go with her, Winston. I'll stay with Fred.
Sure.
A walk around. Love that.
He's worried Norman's gonna show up.
Aren't we all?
Yeah. Made me promise that if he dies to stand behind him, though. I don't know.
Which one of these skulls do you think is Norman's?
Do you think one of them is?
This is Isaac's body.
Yeah. But if we assume one of these skulls is Norman's, then you have to assume the other 2 must be other vessels, right?
That's what people are saying.
Oh, or do you mean horsemen?
The horseman.
Well, Isaac would be the first. Death would be the last. So clockwise, probably this one.
Ow.
Wow, okay.
It didn't even hurt. I just reacted out of
I know.
instinct.
I know. I don't feel like anything actually hurts here, which is weird.
Well, it's the spiritual realm.
She was here, I saw her.
Just now?
No, not just now, earlier when the fire was happening. She was right there and flew off. Punching Winton.
Tell me more tales from the realm of the living.
What do you want to know?
I don't know. What fun things have happened?
I don't know. I feel like my life has been consumed by all of this for so long. I was was talking to CJ yesterday and her bicycle got possessed and drove away by itself.
Interesting.
Yeah. Well, these look like cozy rocks.
I never ended up meeting CJ. Don't believe I did.
Probably had no reason to. She was at Cyprus and well, she's gonna deal with Norman, but she's also very, very loyal to Lang.
Many around him often are.
Yeah, she didn't really change her behavior, I guess, towards me until after Lang, I guess, gave her the okay to work with me and Pestilence sent her back again. The first time we talked, Lang and CJ and I guess he wasn't very happy with the conversation or how standoffish it was and implied it was their fault, so he sent her to talk to me again. So we had a chat yesterday.
Do you trust her?
I trust that she wants a way out of all of this and that so does Lang, and as long as Lang is working towards that goal, then I can trust her to try and accomplish it. Good night, Kyle.
It's not quite the same.
It's not. But it might be all that I have.
Good. Can't trust anybody with a deal. That included me.
I know. I think in the end you proved that I could, though.
I think it just proved that my time was right. Had it been 6 months earlier, would I have felt the same way? 6 months later? We could have had an argument that day and I could have turned around and gone, yeah, you know what, worth it.
Yeah, you might be right.
I would like to think I was wrong.
I don't think worrying about what you might have done is important anyway.
I agree. I always told everyone, don't ask what if. It's a poisonous question. Always ask what now.
Alice still has her AirPods. But no phone. Yeah. What now is a very good question, given the current scenario.
Let me get you out of here.
Oh yeah. That's the goal.
Maybe finally I can rest.
Selfishly, I'm kind of glad you haven't. He's very good at making my brain not as scrambled and stressed out. TJ's a pretty good walker, but I think it would be a lot worse if you weren't here.
Unfortunately, I'm not so good at making his brain less scrambled. He has his own logical thinking, and, well, I don't say we disagree, just come at it at different angles.
This is a weird rock.
Orange, like...
It's like the only color in here besides the fire.
Well, Noxie's, Hope's eyes.
Oh, yeah. It's true. What if and why not me are the two greatest things. They open all possibilities. Well, he meant like what if in like the past tense. Like what if I had done this instead of that? Like the regret type of what if.
I think I could be one of the three hags.
Do you want to be one of the three hags?
I could like sit on a rock and be like, "Get out! You don't belong here. Get out!" No?
No, I don't think that's how that normally goes. Like normally when you see a celestial being, you just kind of get fucked. You know? No, that's what you call them. Mythological being. An otherworldly being.
A witch.
I'm not a witch. You know, one time when I came over here, I got blinked inside of the lighthouse on the other side.
Is it for the skulls or do they have flesh?
It's just skulls. I hated it.
Did. I appreciated having you and Benny there with me when I went inside. Though I was angry at Benny. Literally, the last thing I told that bitch was not go inside.
Yeah, when we got out, he asked me why we swam over. Why did you swim over? Because you had to? It wasn't much of a choice.
So what happens when you say no to Norman?
Yeah. And I didn't imagine if we just turned around and ran, he wouldn't find us.
I'm sure he would have sent many others after us.
Yeah. Part of me was hoping Noxie wouldn't want me here, if I'm being honest. I spend all this time talking about balance and how Hope wants to restore it, and you would imagine that if it were truly balanced and they were truly opposing forces, then Noxie would want balance to be as much as Hope does.
Is balance the opposite of balance?
No. TJ says they are hope and despair, so hope is the opposite of despair.
I think bringing you here causes a lot of despair.
Yeah, I'm getting that. I just mean I had kind of had the hope that maybe Noxie wanted balance more than despair, but I also think that's why she follows Norman around in the first place. I don't know. Just me being hopeful, since Noxie doesn't seem all bad to everyone. CJ, sure, maybe you could say that she was causing despair in people, but I don't know if you would say the same thing about Andy, you know?
I don't think Andy ever really did anything nefarious. Do you know Mackenzie Hayes?
Not really. Why?
On my last day, I made her a promise that I'd get her a copy of Norman's diary.
Ah. Do you want me to bring her a copy? If I ever get out of here?
With an apology.
I'm sure she doesn't need an apology, Winston. But I will if that makes you feel better.
I don't even really know what I'd be apologizing for. Probably for entering the lighthouse. I know she wouldn't want some soppy note. It would just piss her off.
So sorry, I'm an idiot. Here's a notebook.
Yeah.
Okay. I can do that. You're not an idiot, though. I think you did the best that you could, given everything.
Sometimes it is possible to make all the correct moves and still lose. It's not unfair. That's life.
Aww. Yeah. Yeah. This island is so small. I mean, bigger than the other side for sure, but still small.
And yet filled with such big personalities.
That's true.
This island ain't big enough for the two of us.
Can't kill me.
It can't kill me either.
Actually, could you kill me? I don't know if I'm dead. I don't think I'm dead.
I don't think you're dead, but I don't think this is your body. It's just spirit.
Hmm.
And I've had an opportunity to kill you once and I declined.
Yeah, it would be kind of fucked up of you to do it in the afterlife.
I could have regrets or resentment.
No, I have a piece of paper that specifically says I have no regrets.
Who said that I wrote it? TJ has a sister.
Does he?
Andy. Isn't Andy his sister? No, it's
No,
Auntie
his
Andy.
auntie. Yeah.
Nova?
I don't know.
It's definitely me who wrote the note.
Yeah, I know. Timing is too coincidental otherwise.
I don't see TJ.
Hmm?
Can you see TJ? Oh, he's standing next to the page.
It's hard for me to see anything down there right now. It's all inky.
I must admit, make the fog a little less scary.
I'm glad.
Why do I feel like the two children just returned late from curfew?
Were you doing something you weren't supposed to be doing?
Yes, we had 3 bottles of whiskey, Dad. I'm sorry.
Oh my goodness.
Why is
Huh.
what so scuffy for me? Like the horizon? I
Dad.
don't know.
That's what you said? That's what you said?
Mm-hmm.
Those
Yeah.
words are the same words that you just said to me right now.
No, I did use the word dad.
I will be back. I'm going to go find the weapons I threw in here earlier.
Perfect. We were just theorizing if you could kill us again. Not you specifically. If we could die again in here.
Don't think I really want to find out. Dying
It's
twice?
only when it's not
3
foggy.
times?
I've died twice.
Third time
Already
isn't quite one that I'm
dead.
looking forward to if that happens, you know?
If it makes you feel better, I don't actually see you as a father figure.
Makes me feel a lot better, actually. Thank you.
You is a brother in a cut. And no, I don't mean blood brother. Although, well, we were blooded. No, I never got blooded in the BBMC.
Yeah, you and the other fucking walker.
The other walk?
There's another one?
Oh yeah.
Nova?
No,
No.
that's my sister. Please.
Ah, I told you he had a sister.
Yes.
You talking about Solomon?
Oh,
Mhm.
God, I try to
Oh,
forget him.
Solomon Walker.
How did you forget that so easily?
Aren't you actually related to that one?
I'm actually related to that one, yes. Well, proves the phrase, blood is thicker than water.
What does that prove? You forgot about him.
What the
Blood is
Where are
thicker.
you going
Okay,
with that
okay.
one?
All right, all
Yeah,
right.
what?
That's not the
Everybody,
full
okay.
phrase.
The full phrase is blood of the covalent is thicker than water of the womb. As in, the blood of my brothers in arms is better than the, well, my siblings. I'm saying you were the better walker, and I choose to
No,
forget
I get
Solomon.
it. I get it. I get it.
I just love the bitter irony that everybody who says blood is thicker than water is actually saying the complete opposite thing of what the phrase actually means.
Oh, that's what I was going at with. I'm like, that's not exactly.
Well, seems like they've stopped fighting for now.
If that's a good thing or a bad thing.
I imagine maybe Hope's just tired.
Well, hopefully
I
Noxie
think
is
Hope
too.
KO'd Noxie.
Yeah, I hope she is.
That's what I'm at.
I can't imagine how much Noxie can take care of that, but I imagine it takes some effort. And I'm hoping at the same time that Hope hasn't that much damages. Who knows? I have no idea. I kept always hearing about fire from Noxie. Does Hope have the opposite? Is it water?
Ice power.
The ice? The lightning?
Oh, hold on.
I don't know. I've never seen her use any of it.
Has she really had to?
No, guess not, to be fair.
I've only heard of Noxie's fire ability.
Maybe Hope just doesn't need it? I don't know. Suppose it doesn't have to be exactly the opposite. You could look at it as destruction and protection, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
Because that is something that we know she does.
Oh. True.
Do you think it's like Captain Planet, Earth, Wind, Fire, Water? With
Could
our
be.
powers combined?
Yeah, maybe.
I'm sure Fred doesn't know that one, nor does Winston, huh?
I heard it before. I don't remember
Sounds
what
like
it's from,
a
though.
kid's TV show.
It is. He forgot heart. That one's really important.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I did forget the heart.
I
Shit.
could use that one actually because I think that the guy that had that power could communicate with animals. That would
Really?
make,
Now-
that
hey,
would make
now we're
my life a
talking.
lot easier.
All right. Fine. You get the heart. Winston, which one
Thanks.
do you want?
Wait, do I not get the heart? Could I not have the heart? I lost the heart.
Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
he's like the
Hey.
lion from you know?
The Tin
I want
Man.
the courage.
Oh, the Tin Man. Was it Tin Man?
Yeah.
Shit.
Mm-hmm.
Courage was a lion, yeah. I thought Tin Man was a brain. Or was that the
That's
straw
a
man?
scarecrow.
the
Because
scarecrow.
he's
Yeah,
got
yeah,
a
yeah.
head full of
Straw.
Fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been so long since I've seen that.
I think
I
I'll
was
take
obsessed with
wind
it.
because I talk a lot of waffle.
Mm.
What do you take, Fred? Leaves
the last
earth,
two left?
fire, and water.
Earth, fire, and water.
Yeah.
Hmm. Probably fire. Maybe melt these bars.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I think that it's the only thing I really can think about right now. Earth. What even is Earth though?
Oh,
Like,
we're
what even?
Earth is like
I think I'd take Earth.
What
yeah.
It's
what
like,
is it?
like terraforming and bend the
You could
actual
just
Earth
make a nicer purgatory.
and create whatever you want out of it.
Oh, now we're talking.
Trees, forests, hills, mountains, lakes,
Hey.
everything. To me, I think Earth is slept on the most.
It's not as flashy as the other ones, but it's pretty cool.
Yeah. I guess in Avatar it became pretty. Weren't people like able to control people because of the iron in their blood or something? It was really crazy.
Is that what it was?
Maybe I'm mixing it up. Maybe it was water in their body or something. I don't know. Avatar had some crazy thoughts on elements.
You ever read Brandon Sanderson's Mistborn?
No.
No.
I think I read one of his
Nah.
books though about color.
Hmm.
I forget what it was called though. You can explain it though, because we have all of the time in the world right now.
Yeah, all of eternity.
Man. So,
time.
I mean, it's been a while since I've read them, but basically, people have a certain like affliction, not affliction, I guess, ability, and I think they consume a certain type of alloy or metal, and they can use that to their abilities. A lot of them, for example, is like pushing and pulling, right? And so in the book, they use these coins. And so what they'll do is that they'll throw down these coins and they'll use their abilities pushing on this element. The downward force propels them upward. It's like a equal and opposite. And they'll use the pulling abilities or the pushing to also use it for fighting, like similar to guns and bringing things to you. And there's many of them. There's a ton of them. Usually each one of the people that does it has a certain affinity towards a certain element, certain alloy. And there are very few individuals that can use all of them. And a lot of them become guards. The ones that can use a lot of them become assassins. Like they'll latch themselves to things and then they'll push themselves away or they'll pull themselves away and they'll use it as forms of movement during fights.
Interesting.
Uh-huh.
That is a pretty cool version of Earth powers.
It's honestly, I'm not doing it any credit. It is actually a very well done series. And you probably hearing this from me is very watered down, bland, uninteresting, and just, huh. But it truly is really, really good.
You know what, TJ? Before I
What?
pass on to the other side, I want you to retell all the TVs and movies that I missed that you've seen,
now we're
so that I
talking.
get a vivid recollection from your point of view of what these were actually like.
You
Oh
know,
yeah.
I feel like your passing time is coming up soon, isn't it?
Wow.
Wow.
That means you got to slot them in real fast. Come on, perform for me, monkey.
I'm
Wow.
definitely going to find those guns real quick. And I will make you dance.
I mean, what are you gonna do? Shoot the dead man?
See if it works, you know?
I don't think I can value that which I've already lost.
You say that.
Alice punched me earlier. I instinctively did say ow, but it didn't hurt.
Muscle spasm.
Sure.
Yeah, a spasm that definitely not paying back for dying in front of you, right?
Yeah,
And the trauma
definitely.
that it puts you through.
Yeah,
I'm
definitely not
sorry.
that.
Next time it happens, I'll make sure to shoot you like he asks. So you can save yourself the trauma.
No, that's okay.
There's a bunch of them.
The books.
Yeah. You know, if this ever ends, I'd highly recommend this, I don't know, a mountain somewhere. I don't know if your quiet place is away from everything or you find your solitude at, but find it and just open one. Read.
I'll have to. I read Warbreaker by him. I think it was just a single book. But I can imagine he also played with the idea of color and it's probably harder to explain than the power of like of metals and earth like that series has. But it was a similar thing where he was playing with the idea of color being powerful. And the people that could see colors most deeply could wield them the best. It was interesting.
Yeah, it gets you to think about a lot of different things.
I think I may go find a rock and try and
Hell, you love rocks.
try and close my eyes for a bit. I don't know.
I may do the same.
I might lean up against this cage, stick my head out.
Yeah, I'm so sorry that you are.
Of all the ways to describe your sleeping arrangements, that's the one you went with. You're going to stick your head out of one of the and just let it hang over the side.
I don't know. I haven't found a good position. There's no rest in here, man. This shit
Does you not like
sucks.
curl up in a bowl ish?
Because I mean, look at
They
the
don't
floor.
get
It's
leg
so
cramps
ass. Yeah.
anyway. Like,
It's not like they put like a floor on this thing.
yeah, he
No.
just has to like balance on the little slats.
If your fetal position it, I mean,
And then you get like one in your rib all night long.
I'd rather one in my rib than lying on a bar for my neck. Anyway, best of luck with that.
Yeah.
Good time zone, everyone. I don't know if it's night. I don't know when it is. Both a blessing and a curse seeing you, Alice. I hope you're not here tomorrow.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, I didn't expect to see you in here. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, yeah, well, I wasn't
want to.
expecting to be in here, so.
Fair. Not fair. Fair. I
Like,
can't believe you're in here.
arguably one of the only times I wasn't trying to come here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sleep well in your
Thanks.
cage. I was trying to think of like a better word to make it not sound
Nah,
as bad, but it's really the
just
only
a
word
cage.
that I have.
Yeah, no,
for
it's
it.
great. Love it.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll have fun walking around.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. All right, man. I'll catch you.
I love that you can hear the cargos in here. It's so funny. He's gonna go crawl in his tree. Can't escape cargo, even in purgatory. Da, da, da. Okay, chat. Even another purgatory day tomorrow. Where are those other rocks at? Are they down here? I love you guys. I love you guys. Go give Barky some love. I'm sure he's doing something entertaining that isn't standing around and staring at the gray nothingness. I adore you all. I'm gonna go chill and maybe play some games with peoples. We'll see what happens tomorrow, I guess. Maybe Hope will get us out. Or maybe someone else will. Good night, good night. I love you. Bye.